at Norwegian High School of Sport Sciences. Then the round table discussion is planned with the participation of the Ministry of Sport and the rector of our university and experts in the fields of water competences, which are here on the hall and connected with us with a Zoom. After the roundtable discussion will be the short coffee break, and we start the session titled "Can Swimming or Gain Water Competencies?" with three presentations. I think we will be ready with that until 2 o'clock. It will be a time to start the closing ceremony. After that, we will have to say goodbye. See you next time. So let me introduce Professor Bob Stallman. He's calling me. I'm sorry. Maybe it's something wrong. Yes, Bob? O, panie Adamie, nie widać ekranu. To tam się mogło stać. Bob, you have to connect from the beginning. You have to do all the things again. Okay, all the procedure of connect. Panie Dominiku? Panie Dominiku? Wywaliło się. Mhm. We are trying to give a opportunity to connect. No, don't worry. Everything is under control. No, no. But please try again to open the link in the message in your mail, please. We try to repeat all the work of connecting. Okay? Panie Adamie, proszę znaleźć lider ona po angielsku. Będzie sprawniejsza. Message from
Dobra, gdzie? Widzę.
Isabella is coming. Maybe she will be faster. Yeah, message from Daria. And you probably have the two links, one for today and one for tomorrow. One for today and one for
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I think we're okay. Now,
I'm so happy to see you. Oh, I I cannot see you again.
can you see me now?
Yes, yes, yes. Please don't
Okay.
touch anything.
And now I go into my presentation?
Yeah, please start your presentation. We are late 20 minutes, Bob. Oh,
Yes. But what do I do next? I don't have it on the screen. Shall I go into my PowerPoint presentation?
yes.
But first you have to share your screen. Green button on the bottom of the screen.
Yes. Launch meeting?
No.
Now you have to go to your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Yes, it worked.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
Excellent. Okay, I'll start, and sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, okay, Professor, the floor or screen are yours.
I have the full screen in front of me.
Yeah, we have the same view.
Okay, I'll
You can
start.
start. You can
Yes.
start.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, apologies to, can the audience hear me?
Yes, everything is okay.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here. But the first thing I need to do is to show you my T-shirt, which I decided to wear in honor of this conference. I hope you can see it. Maybe not. I'm wearing my Wrocław T-shirt from one of the previous conferences. It's a real pleasure to be here. I apologize for my lack of IT expertise. Thank goodness for the help there from your technical people. There are people who confuse the idea, to get started now, the concept of being able to swim and the concept of being water competent. And what I'd like to discuss with you today is that these are, in fact, two different things. It's not quite the same. The notion of water competence was launched some years ago in 1995 by Professor Stephen Langendorfer and his colleague Bruyère in their wonderful book, Aquatic Readiness, from 1995. I'm sure you've all seen it. All right, let me continue then. So we'll be discussing these ideas of what swimming really is and how it's not enough, and there needs to be more. Given the fact that there needs to be more, Ruth Brenner from the World Health Organization said already in 2006 that the concept of being able to swim needs to be replaced, and we need to think about a broader water competence. So that's where this expression has come from. And there are especially three questions that are relevant, and it's that which I would like to discuss with you today. And again, thank you for letting me come, even though it's only electronic. We need to look at the idea of what actually is drowning, because until about 15 years ago, drowning was described in 5 or 6 different ways, and the World Health Organization decided on a single definition. And then, of course, we're all still arguing, aren't we, about what really is swimming and what is water competence. So we'll start with what drowning is, just to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. Well, it's not being able to breathe. In fact, Fred Lanoux from the United States, way back in 1963, said this: "Nobody drowns because they can't swim. People drown because they can't breathe." So in other words, having difficulty breathing, suffocating, in fact, because your mouth and nose are underwater, is the WHO definition of drowning. And the outcomes are either that you die, or you have serious injury, or you have no injury. Serious injury can sometimes be almost worse than death. There are people who spend the rest of their lives having had brain damage from oxygen, lack of oxygen, and need care the rest of their lives. It's a horrible consequence. Some, of course, succeed not to have any injury whatsoever, frequently because they have been rescued. Thank goodness for rescuers. And of course, it can look like this. It doesn't need to, of course, because one talks about active drowning or passive drowning. A person can simply sink to the bottom, making no fuss, not giving any signal, not recognized by people who are in the area as an emergency. Although sometimes, like this gentleman, he appears to be splashing enough so that hopefully we would recognize this as an emergency and take whatever action is necessary. Our friend and colleague Kevin Moran from New Zealand went a step farther, and he talked about how complex and important drowning really is and needs to be attended to. And it has to do with how we relate to the water. And because, of course, we're curious, and especially children, sometimes we get into trouble. Well, what's really the global burden? And I think many people also don't realize how big the problem really is. So just a few thoughts about the burden on the global level. The official statistic, one of the most recent, and it goes up and down, of course, as you know, is that 350,000 people die by drowning each year. Although the experts believe it to be several times greater than that. And one of the reasons that it's believed that the burden is greater than the official statistic is that the last time around, in gathering these statistics, only 81 nations were represented. Many countries simply failed to report. Some countries in developing countries don't consider drowning to be serious because they're struggling with other things, for example, malaria. And it's also estimated that 90% of all drownings happen in developing countries, whereas I've just said, some countries don't have these statistics available, and some have them and simply don't report. And there's one more point that makes this statistic not quite reliable, and that is that death by natural disasters, earthquakes, the tsunami, transport accidents, like the Estonia, where hundreds of people drowned, and suicide are simply not included. So it's an estimate, but surely over 1 million people die by drowning every year. And that's a lot of people. One of the most recent statistics on road traffic accidents says that it's 1.25 million. So it's quite possible that more people drown than die of road traffic accidents. And malaria, for the first time, the greatest killer among infectious diseases, malaria is now down to less than 1 million per year. My God, less than 1 million. It sounds like it's not many. Almost 1 million dying by malaria is terrible, of course. But apparently drowning is taking even more. All right, let's go to the next step. I'd like to just say a few words about what swimming really is. And again, this is a concept that is frequently confused, and it's loosely used and often incorrectly used. And perhaps that's why we need something called water competence. But anyhow, so what really is swimming? Well, my goodness, look at this sweetheart. You can see, of course, by the bend in her knee that she's cycling in the water. So she may not be swimming, but focus on the face. This girl is in love with the water. She's happy. She's got her eyes open. Look at that smile. What a beautiful child. I would say she's water competent, whatever she's doing with the arms and the legs. And by the way, a sad number of people define swimming as what's done with the arms and the legs. Well, as you all know, of course, that's nonsense. It's far more than that. Well, what is it that is more? More than what's done with the arms and the legs? Well, it has to do with breathing. It has to do with floating. Another concept, of course, that many people misunderstand, because there are so many people who believe they can't float. And yet, well, what did Archimedes tell us? We can all float. Or to be more exact, just to make a couple of comments on buoyancy. Buoyancy control, you will see the arrow pointing to the control in the middle. And graphically here, the attempt is to show that we need to have control of breathing, buoyancy, posture, position in the water, rotation, propulsion, etc. But just a thought about floating. buoyancy control, I have never discovered anywhere or observed a case where a female of any age with a full breath is unable to float. There are many who think they can't, but that's simply not the case. Prepubescent children, 100% can float with a full breath. Men, 90% or more can float with a full breath. And in my experience, and I think you will laugh at this, my friends, I had to teach my university physical education students how to take a full breath. And you'll be amused by this. I had the habit of asking my students on the first day of swimming, for first-year students at the Norwegian School of Sports Science, are there any of you, ladies and gentlemen, who cannot float? And at least half of them said, oh, no, I can't float. And even a few of the women said, I can't float. Well, of course, the next step was that we immediately went into the water, and I proved to them that they could all float. And although there are a few men who cannot, in my 25 years at the Norwegian School of Sports Science, I never had a student who could not float. I recall in my experience one true sinker non-floater that I could document after spending a week trying to get this gentleman to take a deep breath. And I would just like to shoot in a comment from my mentor. Forgive me for exaggerating, from 100 years ago, Professor Thomas Kirk Cureton Jr., a pioneer in the science of swimming. Professor Cureton tested dozens of people, hundreds, and he was able to establish that the true non-sinker, the true non-floater, the very few true non-floaters, all seem to be people who have less than the normal total lung volume. So they are already at an anatomical disadvantage. Sorry, I get carried away. You know, when you get to be 100 years old like me, you have lots of memories. So if we then go to the language of the swimming teacher, we see these expressions that we're so accustomed to and that we use with our learners. Entry and exit, breath control, and economic breathing. Well, what on earth is that? It's developing that feeling, of course, that we only need a certain amount. You don't need to take more. You don't need to exaggerate the inhaling or the exhaling. It means that we need to be able to rotate, as you saw on the previous slide, to level off into a movement-friendly position. If your solution is to move, it may not be. Maybe the situation demands that you simply stay put, and then you may adopt a nearly vertical position in Professor Leno's drown-proofing position. We need not only to be able to do all of these things in a swimsuit in the pool, but also when we're fully clothed. If not, you're not water competent. We need to be able to do all of these things in open water. And friends, excuse me for the expression 2 strokes. It's supposed to say 2 strokes or more. And some of you may have seen the articles from 2023 in the International Journal of Aquatic Research and Education describing 14 or 15 different strokes, all of which are important and all of which our learners should learn. We need to be able to move on our front and our back and on our side and underwater, etc., etc. All around aquatic development is moving toward the direction of water competence. But water competence also includes the affective competencies, that is, attitudes and values, for example, a positive attitude toward the need of safety and the potential risk. That's critical, and we need to include that when we are teaching learners. We need to include knowledge. What about the water? Will the water hold me up? Will the water not hold me up? Where am I? What is this situation that I've chosen to enter? How far am I from safety? Am I able to exit from the same place where I have entered? So knowledge is part of the package. And if we're not including values, if we're not including knowledge and judgment, even though we're looking at the psychomotor competencies, the skills, if we're not including all of these other things, I'm sorry, you're not teaching swimming. I take the liberty of making some hard statements from time to time. I'm old enough to get away with that. So please forgive me. And in my way of thinking, and this is only a graphic presentation, of course, swimming skill is somehow in the center of this ellipse, not because it's more important. Please don't make that mistake. It's not more important. It's simply the starting point where people come to us to help them learn something new. They come to us to learn skills, not to learn about the chemistry of the water, not to learn about attitudes. They come to us to learn skills. But once these learners have come to us, it's our responsibility to provide the larger package, which we've called water competence, including attitudes and values and knowledge and judgment, which hopefully ends up in safe behavior. Here we have the framework that you saw before with breathing, floating, gliding, and stroking among the skills, and the rest, the attitudes, the values, the knowledge, the judgment. And finally, I'd like to take just 1 minute to describe still another concept, which is even larger. I'm sure that you have registered the idea that swimming is, when we talk about swimming, we're talking about an individual. And it's not quite so simple, as I've tried to mention, as to whether someone can or cannot swim. By the way, Professor H.T.H. Whiting, who called himself William, Professor Whiting once described a person who can swim as a person who can cope with an unexpected immersion or submersion in the water. Water competence has to do with each individual also. But now, as you'll see on this graphic presentation, water safety is something larger, and it includes the society around us and how they cope how they attempt to present a water safety culture at the local level, at the national level, at the international level. Things like water safety education, training of members of various organizations who are involved in drowning prevention or swimming, changing governmental policy, requiring fencing around private swimming pools, political action of various kinds. So just to repeat then, ladies and gentlemen, we can sometimes confuse the ideas of what swimming really is. It's much more than the arms and the legs. Water competence is even more and pertains to the individual. And water safety is how any culture, any nation, any local group of people anywhere in the world can help make the environment safer, in addition to our attempts to make each person safer. Well, I'm afraid that's all I've got, except let me see. I have friends, by the way, who tell me that I sometimes push the wrong button. Somehow these slides escaped me. This is swimming, ladies and gentlemen. It's one way to swim, and there are many, of course. Here's another, a little bit more advanced arm stroke. Elementary back arm stroke, but retaining the crawl kick. A simple stroke for beginners. On the front, we can either use a crawl-like arm stroke or a breaststroke-like arm stroke. A simple stroke for beginners. One of 5 or 6 beginning strokes. Well, I think my slides got out of order somehow. Professor Raymond, have I got a few more minutes? Water competence, of course, is what we should teach. Several studies have indicated that around the world, there's a huge diversity of what is included when we try to teach people to swim from the very beginning. So water competence, of course, and we've gone through these slides, is exactly that. What should we teach? And here we have a list. And you'll notice that the first 10 of these competencies are the physical ones. And the last 5 have to do with, for example, knowledge, among other things, knowledge of local hazards, coping with risk, how to recognize risk, how to make judgments of how great the risk is or whether you can cope. Knowing your own personal competence, what am I capable of? How good am I? Can I swim across this river or not? And if you're not, don't even try. Healthy water safety attitudes, we've been through that. And finally, water competence is comprehensive. Now we're back to a previous illustration that you've seen before with breathing, buoyancy, position, posture, etc. Wearing clothing in open water. When we present this, we're including healthy, positive attitudes about the need for safety. The values of being able to move in the water, coping with the water, and the joy that we can receive from aquatic activity. Knowledge about what's safe and what's not safe. The ability to make a judgment about whether or not you can cope, among other things. And now, finally, water competence is integrated because all of these aspects need to be experienced by the learner simultaneously. And forgive me again, I have to say it. If you're only teaching the physical movements or non-movements, you're not teaching swimming. So that beginner has to be exposed to all of these elements, which are integrated in reality. So they have to be integrated in our teaching. Now, forgive me for some of the slides being out of order, but yes, we've seen that one. And here we are, finally. My friend, this big white bear, the greatest one of the world, nearly a ton in weight, the largest polar bear ever captured, was nearly 1,000 kilos. I was lucky to work in a project where we had exposure to bears, and we averaged 400 kilos. And they can run, by the way, 100 meters in 9.5 seconds. So this gentleman facing us, who's obviously swimming underwater, says, "Hey, you guys, I'm water competent. Are you?" Thank you, my friends. I'm very happy to have been here with you, and I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Modik, for inviting me. Thank you, the whole family of water safety people. There you are in Wrocław. If I live long enough, I'll see you next time. Okay, take care. I think we're finished. I hope there are some questions. Listen, make this old man think. Make me work. Ask some tough questions, guys.
I think we'll wait with questions for our discussion, but we need a few more minutes.
Okay.
Ask Professor Reimann if we are ready, because we need to connect with them, our authorities and minister. So let's have like 5-minute coffee break, and we will be back. Okay. So Professor, please wait a few minutes, okay? Because we are still managing stuff to organize everything. So every participant will be able to discuss with us, okay?
I'm retired. I have lots of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
A really quick break, like 5 minutes or less, it's the time.
Dominic, are you close by?
Yes, I'm here.
What do I need to do to go out of my presentation so that I can see all of you? Do I simply stop the share?
I stopped your sharing, and now you should be able to change window to Zoom.
Yes, I have it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Tak, żeby widzieli, będą grać. Dobra, no, ale tak przynajmniej tu będzie więcej miejsca, nie? Nie lepiej to tutaj zrobić. Dobrze, róbcie lepiej. Tak, słucham? Dobrze. Nie ma. Włączę na głośno mówiący. Pewno są asystenci IT, tylko... Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Już się włączy. Super. Udało się. I jeszcze 30 sekund mnie pan załatwi. Proszę bardzo, bo jutro jedzie.
Dobry.
Tak, widzimy pana.
Po pana.
Yes.
Albo can you hear me? Albo can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just after the 1 minute, we will connect with the ministry, and we will start the roundtable discussion. Okay, are you ready?
Okay. Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Raz, raz. Raz, raz.
Nie potrzebuję, bo ja... Pana otwarcie też przetłumaczyć od razu?
Tak. Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam serdecznie w imieniu organizatorów 10. Międzynarodowego Sympozjum Pływanie i Nauka na otwartym panelu dyskusyjnym poświęconym roli kompetencji pływackich jako alternatywy do tradycyjnych metod nauczania pływania. Niech mi będzie wolno przedstawić gospodarza dzisiejszego spotkania, pana rektora Akademii Wychowania Fizycznego imienia Polskich Olimpijczyków we Wrocławiu, pana profesora Andrzeja Rokitę. Ogromny to dla nas zaszczyt, że online połączył się z nami pan sekretarz stanu w Ministerstwie Sportu i Turystyki, pan Piotr Borys. Dzień dobry, panie ministrze.
Dzień dobry panu, witam serdecznie państwa. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
W panelu okrągłego stołu uczestniczy jeszcze pani profesor Aneta Stosik. Pani profesor będzie w kolejnej kadencji odpowiadała za sprawy wizerunkowe Akademii, a dyskusja będzie również w tym kierunku prowadzona. Jest z nami również pan profesor Jernej Kapus z Uniwersytetu w Lublianie oraz pan prezes Okręgowego Związku Pływackiego na Dolnym Śląsku, pan Zbigniew Dubiel. Proszę państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you to the 10th Symposium over Swimming Learning Methods in the name of the headmaster of our academy, the president of Lower Silesian Swimmer Society, the professor responsible for the PR and for the PR affairs, and the guest professor from Ljubljana. Also, online, we are hosting the Secretary of State from the Ministry of Sports and Tourism, who would like to address you with a few words.
I specjalne powitanie dla pana profesora Roberta Szanmana, który jest z nami online. Pan profesor jest jednym ze współtwórców idei kompetencji wodnych, która będzie przedmiotem naszych rozważań.
A special A special welcome to our guest, Professor Robert Schumann, who is a known specialist for the water environment education.
I zanim rozpoczniemy, jeszcze uwaga techniczna. Dbając o formę psychiczną tłumaczy, prosimy o krótkie zdania, tak żeby byli oni zdolni je przetłumaczyć jak najprecyzyjniej.
As the technical acknowledgement, we would like you to ask or tell short sentences so we are able to translate them in real time.
Drodzy Państwo, przed chwilą wysłuchaliśmy w ramach konferencji wykładu pana profesora Stallmana, który przybliżył nam ideę kompetencji wodnych.
We had an opportunity to listen to the lecture of Professor Stallman, who introduced us to the topic of the swimming competencies.
Ja bardzo krótko, z racji braku czasu, streszczę w jednym zdaniu tą ideę. Chodzi o to, drodzy Państwo, aby nauka pływania nie była traktowana tylko i wyłącznie przez pryzmat nauki umiejętności.
Due to the lack of time, I'll keep it short. I'd like to get across to you the idea of swimming competencies as a means of teaching the awareness, the leisure, the joy, instead of focusing on the techniques of swimming, stroke corrections, etc.
Zgodnie z powszechnym mniemaniem toną osoby, które umieją pływać, więc
According to the common idea, the people who drown can't swim.
Więc przedmiotem naszych rozważań będzie teza, której poszukamy rozwiązań, aby uczyć pływać inaczej, tak aby nauka pływania nie była celem samym w sobie, ale środkiem do zdobycia kompetencji pływackich, czyli zastosowania umiejętności pływania w każdych warunkach, bez względu na okoliczności.
So we would like to invite you to give it a thought, a thesis that says that instead of focusing on the swimming techniques, we would like to share the water competencies that would make the person able to stay afloat in different water environments and not drown.
I dlatego musimy zdawać sobie sprawę, że nie kształcimy tylko umiejętności, ale kształcimy także postawy i zachowania, które będą sprzyjały bezpiecznemu przebywaniu w wodzie.
Therefore, we would like to think that we are not focusing solely on the techniques, but overall behaviors that will remain the safety in the water.
To nie jest prosta sprawa, ponieważ musimy zmienić mentalność wszystkich elementów procesu edukacyjnego nauki pływania.
This is not a simple subject because we need to change every mental aspect of swimming education.
I stąd obecność ekspertów z każdego pola, na których będziemy musieli działać.
Thus, we have the experts from every field that we need to focus.
Bo musimy działać na polu ustawodawczym, na polu bardzo wysokiego poziomu decyzyjnego. Musimy działać na polu edukacji, stąd obecność pana rektora. Musimy działać na polu nauki, dając podstawy naukowe do tych działań, aż wreszcie Musimy zmienić mentalność rodziców i mentalność dzieci, ponieważ rodzice oczekują od nauczycieli pływania szybkich postępów w nauce techniki, a dzieci muszą mieć radość z pływania. Przede wszystkim radość, a nie stres związany z pokonywaniem kolejnych odcinków na basenie.
Therefore, we need to focus on changing the policies, education, and swimming training, and the swimming science, and also changing the mentality of parents who expect the swimming trainers quick teachings of swimming, and children expect fun and relaxed environment.
Więc może po tym dość długim wprowadzeniu, ale musimy wiedzieć naszym Godesusa i ja zwrócę się do pana ministra. Panie ministrze, czy na podstawie moich krótkich wyjaśnień, my się też spotkaliśmy nieco wcześniej, czy widzi pan minister możliwości otwarcia chociażby skrawka drzwi do idei tego rodzaju, do realizacji idei tego rodzaju przedsięwzięcia?
A question to distinguished minister. Do you think we can shed light on probable changes in that field?
Oczywiście, że tak. Chciałbym ogromnie podziękować za zaproszenie i przeprosić z góry za ograniczony czas wynikający z innych aktywności w ministerstwie. Bardzo, bardzo istotne i ciekawe sympozjum i dla nas niezwykle nowatorskie podejście do kształtowania umiejętności pływackich, szczególnie wśród dzieci i młodzieży.
So thank you for the invitation and sorry for the short time frame due to a lot of responsibilities at the ministry. And of course, the topic of this symposium is extremely interesting, and I'm grateful that we can proceed with the discussion over that topic.
Po pierwsze, będziemy zainteresowani, aby otrzymać wszystkie wyniki Państwa dyskusji, badań i analiz, które przedstawicie na konferencji.
We are interested in receiving all the research and conclusions from your discussions during this conference.
Dla nas aspekty kompetencji pływackich są niezwykle istotne z uwagi na spojrzenie na kompetencje w ogóle ruchowe i fizyczne całego pokolenia młodych ludzi, dzieci i młodzieży.
The swimming competencies are extremely important to us from the perspective of overall mobility and fitness of young people.
Po drugie, rozpoczyna się na poziomie ministerstwa tworzenie całej strategii rozwoju polskiego sportu, ale także tych umiejętności ruchowych i z przyjemnością włączymy ten aspekt pływacki, umiejętności w ogóle do strategii.
We kick off with the project of improvement of overall youngsters' mobility, and this is an overall ministry project that also would focus on the subject in hand.
Po trzecie, w dwóch aspektach. Po pierwsze, tym powszechnym, w jaki sposób nadać umiejętności pływania i cieszenia się z umiejętności pływania młodym ludziom, a po drugie, do aspektu sportu wyczynowego.
And we split it into main subjects. The first one, of course, is the relying the swimming competencies and the joy of swimming to the young people. And second one is the, of course, the sports, general sports.
Należy to rozpocząć dosyć szybko, dlatego że w sporcie wyczynowym najistotniejszy okres to jest okres 6, 7, może nawet wcześniej lat, gdzie decydują się tak naprawdę kariery młodych pływaków.
The sports subject needs to be addressed in a young age, especially the sports careers, they kick off at the age of 19. So touching the right time frame is crucial.
Natomiast naszym marzeniem jest to, aby każdy młody człowiek w Polsce miał umiejętności pływania i to najlepiej takiego pływania, aby się z tego jeszcze cieszyć, o czym powiedział mój przedmówca.
Our dream is to every young person in Poland to possess the swimming competencies, so they would give the person the joy of swimming.
Żeby myśleć o wdrożeniu kompetencji pływackich według Państwa propozycji i modelu, musimy rozpocząć działanie międzyresortowe.
To introduce the education on swimming competencies according to the model you provided, we need to start the inter-ministry procedures that are very important to introduce the right policies.
Przede wszystkim współpracy z Ministerstwem Edukacji, które kształtuje podstawy programowe i wytyczne.
Especially the cooperation with the Ministry of Education, which is responsible for the grounds, the basic education.
Naturalnie także Ministerstwa Nauki, bo przecież to głównie w akademiach wychowania fizycznego szkoli się Państwo przyszłych nauczycieli, instruktorów wychowania fizycznego i nauki pływania.
Also the Ministry of Science, and because the academies and the universities of sports are responsible for training the future swimming and physical fitness teachers.
I oczywiście w sposób naturalny i najbardziej widoczny to Ministerstwa Sportu, w którym to określone kompetencje powinni otrzymać wszyscy trenerzy, którzy mają uprawnienia do prowadzenia szkółek pływackich.
Also, the proper policy from the Ministry of Sports itself, because we need to provide all swimming teachers the right permissions and the law that they can use to introduce the young people to swimming.
I ten system musi po pierwsze widzieć siebie, a następnie wypracować i wdrożyć wszystko to, co ma wpłynąć na uzyskanie kompetencji pływackich dla młodych ludzi.
So the system must be implemented and improved to introduce all young people to swimming competencies.
Ja mam marzenie takie, abyśmy dali każdemu uczniowi w Polsce równy dostęp do infrastruktury wodnej, a to wcale nie jest tak oczywiste.
My dream is to give every student in Poland the equal access to swimming facilities, which is not so simple.
Na poziomie naszego ministerstwa funkcjonuje program, w którym finansujemy między innymi dojazdy i zajęcia sportowe nauki pływania dla polskich dzieci.
In our ministry, we have a program that finances the transportation of students to the swimming classes, which are also financed by this program, and we give a great hope to it.
Ale nie wystarczy, tak jak Pan wspomniał, umieć pływać albo nauczyć się pływać, ale robić to z pasją, przyjemnością i profesjonalizmem.
As you mentioned before, it is not so important to know how to swim, rather to do that with passion, professionalism and joy.
I mamy bardzo wiele uwag, że nauka pływania, która obejmuje nasz program 20 godzin, nie ma bardzo często tego, co Pan nazwał właśnie radością z pływania, cieszeniem się pływania. Myślę, że tutaj jest bardzo wiele elementów do poprawienia.
It concerns us that the 20-hour program that is introduced to young people, the learning how to swim, in most cases does not consist of what you said, the joy of swimming.
Dlatego, aby zrobić program powszechny, który nada kompetencje pływackie młodym ludziom i umiejętności na całe życie, potrzebujemy tak naprawdę także Państwa wsparcia i Państwa wyników i będę czekał na opracowanie pokonferencyjne.
To introduce a public program on improving the improvement of teaching of swimming, we need your support, we need your help to improve that policy so it will fruit in the future.
I ostatnie zdanie w tym prowadzeniu to my chcemy w istotny sposób stymulować zmianę nawyków ruchowych wśród dzieci i młodzieży.
And lastly, we would like to heavily stimulate the changes of habits of swimming in young people.
Podkreślam raz jeszcze, jako wynik obserwacji i badań związanych ze złymi tendencjami otyłości, cukrzycy i problemów młodego pokolenia, które w Polsce nie wyglądają najlepiej, podobnie jak także średnioeuropejskie.
Based on our research and observations on problems with obesity, diabetes problems, which are about on the average of the European young people, we see the need of introducing such changes.
Dlatego każdy projekt, który zainspiruje i zachęci młodych ludzi, ale także i rodziców do aktywności fizycznej, w tym przypadku kompetencji pływackich, jest dla nas bardzo istotny, bo wpływa na zwiększenie ruchu dzieci i młodzieży, ale także na bezpieczeństwo.
So therefore, every project that will enhance the mobility and physical activity of whole families, parents, children, is greatly welcomed by us, and we would like to follow this.
I oczekujemy na współpracę z państwem, z ministerstwem i z Polskim Związkiem Pływackim, który finansujemy. Bardzo dziękuję za możliwość krótkiego uczestniczenia i wymiany informacji z państwem. Ogromnie dziękuję.
So we endeavor to cooperation with Polish Society of Swimming, the academies, and you as the participants of this symposium. And thank you so much for the opportunity to address you and meet you in this forum.
Panie ministrze, to, że mamy wspólne marzenia, otwiera nam drogę do wspólnego działania. A ja odczytuję pana wypowiedź w kategoriach pełnego profesjonalizmu, bo zwrócił pan uwagę na rzecz, o której ja zapomniałem w rozterkach związanych z prowadzeniem tego panelu. Mianowicie budujemy, drodzy państwo, jak powiedział pan minister, system, w którym na początku drogi małe, malutkie dzieci uczące się pływać
Thank you, Minister, for your words, because in those it opens the route to the future, and the system you mentioned, the introduction of it means a whole lot about the professionalism, and also I'm happy that we share the same dream of children being able to thrive in the water environment with joy.
System składający się z pierwszej części dla małych dzieci, w których będziemy dawali im ową radość życia. W drugim etapie nadamy im kompetencje pływackie, a w trzecim etapie niech te dzieci wybiorą sobie same, czy chcą być sportowcami, czy chcą być pływakami, czy chcą być żeglarzami.
So we want to divide the system in through phases. In phase 1, we would like to introduce the little children to the water environment and basic water competencies. In second one, we'd like to improve their skills, their water skills, their water techniques. In the third phase, we'd like to give them a choice, whether they want to be a professional swimmer or a sailor.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze.
Bardzo dziękuję państwu. Dziękuję serdecznie.
Drodzy państwo, drzwi, mam takie wrażenie, zostały uchylone, więc mamy formalny pretekst do kontynuowania naszej dyskusji.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an impression that the door has been slightly opened, and therefore we have a clean path to elaborate on the matter.
Chciałbym teraz zwrócić się do profesora Stallmana.
I would like to address Professor Stallman now.
I poprosić o podsumowanie tego, co usłyszeliśmy od pana ministra w kontekście realnych możliwości zmiany istniejącego stanu rzeczy.
To summarize the words of the Minister of Sports and Tourism concerning the possible changes of the system and the policies.
Yes. Are you, is that a question to me, Marek?
Yes, Professor, we would like you to summarize what you have heard from the minister concerning the science policies and the education.
Thank you very much. The esteemed minister, Boris, used two expressions that caught my attention immediately. And I suspect that other members of the panel will have some thoughts also. And my first reaction is that it's useful for us to use the expression to move a bit away from swimming by itself and to use the expression drowning prevention, which of course includes swimming. And I would say that the expression that the esteemed minister used, interministerial cooperation, is essential. And I would like to think that in many ways, the Ministry of Education is equally important as the Ministry of Sport, if not more so, because they control the school system. And the inclusion of swimming needs to be in the state curriculum. And there needs to be a cooperation between the ministries. It needs to be established as early as possible in the school system and consistent. And it needs to be taught by people who have the teaching competency. So the ideal teacher of swimming in the school system is not a person with a swimming background. It's a trained educator, a qualified teacher who also is competent to teach swimming and to include to think of swimming as part of a package toward drowning prevention, which is such a great burden. The minister mentioned one other thing that I focused on immediately, and that was that he mentioned 20 hours. And then perhaps a question is, does that mean that the current situation in Poland is that children are offered 20 hours of instruction? And if that's the case, I would cite at least one study from Norway that says that it takes between 40 and 50 hours to learn how to swim, depending on a variety of situations. Depending on, of course, the age and the experience of the child involved, the learner involved. So if 20 hours is what children are getting, that's half or less than half as much as is needed. So I would like to see more thought about what's in the actual state curriculum, whether or not that needs to be changed, and how we can protect our children, who we hope will fall in love with the water. And I suspect that other members of the panel may have some thoughts about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Pan profesor Bock-Stallman, jak wspomniałem, jeden z współtwórców idei kompetencji wodnych, posadził deklarację pana ministra na gruncie możliwości realizacji.
So the professor, one of the creators of the swimming competencies, has placed the declaration of the esteemed minister as the ground for the changes.
Yes, indeed.
I skierował naszą dyskusję ku wykonawcom tego procesu, czyli do nauczycieli.
And he directed our attention towards the people who will put this project into realization, which are the teachers of physical activities.
Ja jestem przekonany, panie rektorze, że w naszej uczelni jest potencjał do tego, aby współuczestniczyć, a nawet tworzyć tego rodzaju zmiany. Tylko czy są warunki do wykorzystania tego potencjału?
Vice Chancellor, we have the impression that to proceed with this project, we need proper abilities and facilities. Are they available for us?
Panie ministrze, panie profesorze, drodzy goście, drodzy studenci, ogromnie się cieszę, że to drugi dzień sympozjum odbywającego się w naszej akademii. Cieszę się, że wspólnie z moim następcą, panem profesorem Stefaniakiem, z panią profesor Stosik, wyprzedzając te wszystkie działania, rozmawiamy z Ministerstwem Sportu o wspólnych działaniach, o których między innymi mówił pan minister.
I'm very happy that proceeding our discussions, we were able to address the ministry, the professionals, the ministry to give their opinions and on possibilities of introducing this system.
Wspólnie z rektorami pozostałych akademii rozmawiamy również z Ministerstwem Edukacji Narodowej o współpracy pomiędzy ministerstwami, o przygotowaniu propozycji dla kształcenia nauczycieli, którzy nabyliby również kompetencje i mieli uprawnienia do pracy w klasach 1-3. I to jest informacja dla was, studenci. Istnieje szansa, że będziecie mieli możliwość bycia tak zwanym nauczycielem wspomagającym przy nauczycielu edukacji wczesnoszkolnej od 2. klasy szkoły podstawowej.
So we are happy that we can report that we talk with the ministries about the cooperation on creating the right possibilities that would give the right now the students, future PE teachers, the right abilities to be the supporting teachers for swimming competencies.
W tym wszystkim wspiera nas Ministerstwo Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego. Jestem absolutnie przekonany, że inicjatywa edukacji zdrowotnej, nowego przedmiotu, który ma wejść w życie od 2025-2026, we współpracy z Ministerstwem Zdrowia, pozwoli również ten element, o którym mówił pan profesor Reimann, czyli nie tylko kształcenie umiejętności, ale wpływanie na świadomość człowieka, na jego chęć uczestnictwa, żeby chciał, musi coś polubić. To będzie też to miejsce również i dla was.
So we're happy that this project that we co-create with the Higher Ministry of Science and Higher Education and the Ministry of Health that would maybe introduced in years to 2025, 2026. As Professor Reimann meant, it will be very crucial for the young people to start swimming by liking or loving to swim.
Jedną sztuką jest umieć pływać, ale drugą sztuką jest wiedzieć kiedy, gdzie i jak używać środowiska wodnego. A trzecią sztuką jest stosować to wszystko w życiu. Tak jak są kształtowane postawy. Wiedza, umiejętności i behavioryzm, czyli zachowanie. My skupiliśmy się do tej pory na umiejętnościach, o czym mówił pan profesor Reimann. Zabrakło wiedzy zabrakło behawioryzmu. A zrobimy to wszystko wtedy, jeżeli pokażemy małemu dziecku, że ta zabawa w wodzie może być przyjemna. Będzie wtedy do tego wracał jako szczęśliwy człowiek.
So far we have focused on two of three subjects concerning the swimming. The ability to swim is the first thing. The second thing is the how to deal with the aquatic environment, and the third one is the behaviorism and the joy of swimming.
Szanowni Państwo, to nie jest nic wielkiego, odkrywczego. Tak naprawdę prawo efektu Thorndike'a mówi o tym, żeby coś w przyszłości stosować, należy to polubić. I do tego będziemy wracać w przyszłości. Zastanówcie się teraz, czy działania, które były w ramach wychowania fizycznego, których niekoniecznie lubiliście, nikt wam nie pokazał, że to można polubić, czy do tego wracacie, czy może to unikacie. I pomyślcie w drugą stronę. Czy były takie działania, jak wam ktoś pokazał, że coś jest fajnego, przyjemnego, polubiliście? Nie potrzeba już później nauczyciela. Sami będziecie to stosować. To jest bardzo prosta, elementarna zasada. Polubić i do tego będę wracał, do czego was, kochani, namawiam i wtedy nie będziemy się bać zagrożenia, bo ja uważam, że e-sport to nie jest zagrożenie. E-sport można wykorzystać do sportu. Pokażmy, jak od e-sportu możemy wrócić do sportu. I to jest dla nas zadanie. Wtedy wszyscy będziemy wygrani, a najważniejsze, żeby był wygrany ten młody człowiek, czyli dziecko, które wkracza w dorosłe życie. Bardzo dziękuję.
So in a short summarize, the chancellor addressed the effect of Thorndike, which says that the adult person will come back and will cherish the things that they liked as a child. So therefore, we urge you to cherish this love to water environment to a young person. So in the future, that person will come back and hone the techniques of swimming. And also, he would like to mention that esports is no threat to the traditional sport. And what we need to focus on is to make young people use the esports mentality to come back to traditional sports and develop himself in that environment.
Wiele działań, które podejmowaliśmy na uczelni, oczywiście w dużo mniejszej skali, nie zrealizowało się tak, jak tego oczekiwaliśmy. Nie przełożyło się to na wymierne bądź niewymierne korzyści dla uczelni. Studenci pewnie sami o tym decydowali. Stąd też zwrócę się teraz do pani prorektor odpowiedzialnej za, nieodpowiedzialnej, przepraszam za słowo, osoby kompetentnej, która może spojrzeć na problemy, które tutaj rozwiązujemy z punktu widzenia produktu, który dajemy studentom i możliwości jego percepcji, tak żeby nasi absolwenci wychodzili stąd z poczuciem, żebyśmy to my byli pewni, że studenci wychodzą od nas z realną wiedzą, którą będą mogli wykorzystać w przyszłości.
So many efforts were not realized and it not transposed to real effects. Also due to the communication and the approach of students. Therefore, Professor Raymond would like to address the Vice Chancellor, who has the ability to transform this idea into a product that may be related to the students who will in future become the PE teachers and explain how is it possible.
Szanowni Państwo, będę miała przyjemność, tak jak już pan profesor Raymond wspomniał, od przyszłej kadencji reprezentować kolegium rektorskie w zakresie przede wszystkim dbałości o rozwój tej uczelni i współpracę z otoczeniem. To też niezwykła okazja do tego, aby rzeczywiście to, o czym powiedział pan profesor, mogło stać się udziałem naszych studentów na rynku pracy, co jest.
So the Vice Chancellor will have the chance to address the PR matters of this academy, which also will transpose to the value of its graduates on the market on the work market. So arming them with an additional ability will improve the value.
Jeśli celem tego sympozjum jest transfer wiedzy idącej z laboratorium do właśnie sal wykładowych i ten transfer ma się przekładać na umiejętności, wiedzę studentów, nie tylko pływackich umiejętności, a student ma się w przyszłości stać ekspertem w dziedzinie kształtowania tych umiejętności od najmłodszych lat, jako nauczyciel wychowania fizycznego, ale też trener czy osoba, która zadba o tą rekreację pływacką. Nie wyobrażam sobie, żeby uczelnia nie była tą jednostką, która ten transfer w otoczeniu szeroko rozumianej promocji tych kwalifikacji przyszłego nauczyciela nie promowała w takim sensie, żeby rzeczywiście wizerunek nauczyciela wychowania fizycznego stał się nieco inaczej postrzegany.
So I imagine that this symposium is the mean that will transfer this idea from the labs to the teaching halls and then to the as a tool for future teachers. And the students will become the expert PE teachers, not only the swimming teachers, but so therefore, it is very, they'll be responsible for the youngsters' education. And I cannot imagine it can go in a different way than this university to promote this idea as a value in the future.
Pan minister Borys wspomniał, że mamy obecnie w Europie i w Polsce, zresztą na podobnym poziomie w każdym kraju europejskim, kryzys umiejętności, kryzys poziomu sprawności dzieci i młodzieży. Rolą Akademii Wychowania Fizycznego jest zmiana przede wszystkim postrzegania kultury fizycznej. Tej zmianie będziemy towarzyszyć. Chcielibyśmy, żeby ta sprawność fizyczna była podnoszona, żeby jakość nauczycieli wychowania fizycznego, jakość trenerów, jakość instruktorów na rynku pracy była coraz wyższa.
So, as the same minister mentioned, Europe and Poland struggle with a serious crisis of physical capacity, also the diseases like as obesity and diabetes. Therefore, the role of PE teachers is the change in the culture that will improve these skills and abilities in young people and teenagers. And also, the role of this academy is the promotion of those changes.
Wydaje się też, żeby to było możliwe, to systemowo przede wszystkim musimy współpracować ze wszystkimi akademiami wychowania fizycznego, a nauczyciele, którzy wychodzą z naszej uczelni, powinni być ambasadorami tej kultury fizycznej w szkołach od najmłodszych lat.
So this is very important for us as the University of Sports to cooperate with other universities, systematically cooperate with other universities of sports. So the teachers, the graduates of those universities become the ambassadors of those ideas.
Ta rola nauczyciela, ale też trenera czy instruktora wydaje się być przez ostatnie lata mocno zaniedbana, przede wszystkim wizerunkowo. I naszym celem będzie odbudowanie wizerunku roli trenera, roli instruktora roli nauczyciela właśnie w oczach młodych ludzi w kontekście podnoszenia tej sprawności fizycznej, której nam brakuje, nie tylko sprawności pływackiej.
So lately we saw that the role of the teacher trainer has decreased in the PR wise. It's been neglected. So our task at hand is remodeling this mission and to improve the role of teacher and trainer as a chaperone who would introduce the idea of sports in young people.
Narażę się teraz studentom. Moim marzeniem jest, aby wrócił egzamin z pływania jako ta kwalifikacja, która powinna weryfikować kandydatów na studia. Oczywiście nie wiem, na ile to jest długa droga, ale jest taki AWF w Polsce, który ten egzamin prowadzi z powodzeniem, ma kandydatów na studia i mam nadzieję, że dzięki temu modelowi, o którym Państwo mówicie tutaj podczas tego sympozjum, będzie to możliwe w najbliższej przyszłości, co będę absolutnie wspierać jako osoba współpracująca z otoczeniem, tak, żeby każdy ruch, każda aktywność, każda umiejętność kojarzyła się wszystkim młodym ludziom z radością. Dzięki temu nie tylko pływanie stanie się możliwe na tej uczelni jako kwalifikacja, która będzie na wysokim poziomie umiejętności.
So my dream is that the swimming exam would be a crucial part in qualification of a high school student to begin the education in this university. So the future graduates of the university will be able to introduce the joy of swimming to young people.
Bardzo dziękuję pani prorektor przede wszystkim za tą deklarację egzaminu wstępnego z pływania. To już druga osoba, której marzenia identyfikuje z moimi. Mam bardzo szczęśliwy dzień. Drodzy Państwo, jest z nami pan profesor Jernej Kapus z Uniwersytetu w Lublianie ze Słowenii. Słowenia jest 4-milionowym państwem, które, przepraszam za słowo, może tak będzie łatwiej, produkuje sportowców wysokiej klasy. W ogromnej ilości rywalizują z nami w piłce siatkowej, w piłce ręcznej, w skokach narciarskich i zawsze są na topie.
So we would like to introduce to Professor Jernej Kapus from Slovenia, the 4 million people country, which there's no other word than mass produces the top sportsmen who and women who compete with us in ski jumping, volleyball, handball, soccer, and many more, and they always come to top.
Professor, what is the script? What is the recipe and the phenomenon of this situation? Maybe not in the example with the swimming, but tell us what's going on in Slovenia.
Thank you for your question. I won't answer to this question because this is secret. No, I'm kidding. It is interesting, really. I guess the reason for this success for athletes lies also in the fact how is sport and swimming incorporated in school system. I have to say that yes, in Slovenia, sports is important part of social life and also schools. So regarding the swimming is obligatory. Swimming programs are obligatory for pupils in the primary schools. Pupils for the primary schools. In Slovenia, primary schools lasts 9 years, and we have first swimming course which lasted 10 hours in the first year. So for the pupils from 6 to 7 of age, and then the next class is at third year. So the pupils for about 10, and then in the second triad, there is a school in nature, which is usually organized on the seaside or on the beaches of the lakes. And at the end of primary school, there is obligatory test of swimming. And each pupil in Slovenia should finish primary school as a swimmer. So this means that he or she is able to swim 50 meters with feet first dive at the beginning and with security exercise during the swimming. So according to the last data from last school year, 91 pupils in Slovenia are able to do this test. So we could say they are swimmers. And I think this is important regarding the swimming as well as other sports.
What about the higher education?
The higher
primary school in Slovenia for all of them, but the secondary school,
it is not. Yeah, but school sport and also swimming program are also part, but optional, in an optional way, a part of secondary schools as well as faculties. But yes, the question is how we put this, how we put this enjoy into the young kids of swimming, that they will swim also when we will get older.
We have not so much time for discussion now, but after the panel, it will be coffee break that you will have opportunity to talk with the Professor Jernej and ask him a question which explain much more in detail the things which we are talking about. Pytanie kieruję jeszcze może nie pytanie. Chciałbym prosić o opinię pana prezesa Polskiego Związku Pływackiego Okręgu Dolnośląskiego, ponieważ w celach statutowych związku też jest propagowanie pływania. Nie mylę się, prawda?
I would like to know the opinion of the CEO.
Chciałbym się podzielić naturalną refleksją, że większość trenerów czy instruktorów pływania to są absolwenci tutejszej alma mater i jesteśmy naturalnie na siebie skazani. Chciałbym powiedzieć, że powszechna nauka pływania jeszcze chyba nie ma takiej postaci jak na przykład w Słowenii.
I would like to point out that most of the swimming teachers, swimming instructors are graduates of this institute, but the level of swimming education is not yet in the par of the level that is introduced in Slovenia.
Ale są robione w naszym kraju już dobre kroki. Powstała na Dolnym Śląsku sieć pływalni właśnie do nauki pływania, tak zwane delfinki.
So there are certain changes introduced in our region. There is a network of swimming facilities which are dedicated to the children's swimming education. We call them the Dolphin.
I żeby prowadzić tą naukę, jest potrzebna kadra. I ja mam nadzieję, że wielu tu obecnych studentów wybierze specjalność pływania, bo rynek czeka na was. Popyt na usługi ratownicze, w zakresie nauki pływania jest olbrzymi.
So I really hope that the graduates of this institute will also infuse the local market for the specialists in the field of swimming, life-saving, swimming teachers, and so on. And the demand for life-saving services in the water is increasing.
Także bardzo jestem wdzięczny tutaj kadrze Zakładu Pływania, że wprowadza nowe idee, które może przełożą się na umiejętności instruktorskie przyszłych nauczycieli pływania.
So I'm very grateful to this institute's educators who introduce new ideas that will improve the abilities of the future teaching trainers and promote the swimming as the activity.
Na zakończenie chciałem zauważyć, że ludzie związani z Zakładem Pływania teraz i w przeszłości wnieśli duży wkład w życie naszego stowarzyszenia. Wspomnę tu pana Andrzeja Wernera, wychowawcy wielu pokoleń trenerów pływackich. Zresztą, tak?
I would like to point out that the educators of this institute also were very, they put a lot of effort and gave a lot of effect to our local swimming society, the community. I would like to mention Mr. Andrzej Werner, who was the teacher of many esteemed swimmers.
Również Mirosław Fiłon, emerytowany pracownik AWF-u, to też bardzo barwna i ceniona w naszym środowisku postać.
Also, Mirosław Fiul, who was the now retired, is a very vibrant and very crucial figure in our society.
Na zakończenie pochodzę z Dzierżoniowa i chciałbym taki osobisty wątek wprowadzić, że moją koleżanką z pływalni była tutaj fetowana wczoraj profesor Krystyna Zatoń. To moja koleżanka z pływalni. Także dziękuję.
A little personal point that I am originally from Dzierżoniów, and yesterday the esteemed Professor Krystyna Zatoń, who was also my dear friend from the swimming pool in Dzierżoniów. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, zwracam się teraz do publiczności. Może ta dyskusja, która dobiega już końca, wzbudziła w Państwa jakieś refleksje, którymi chcielibyście się z nami podzielić.
Therefore, I would like to address the audience, whether you have any ideas or questions you would like to share with us.
Dzień dobry, Grzegorz Bielec, Akademia Wychowania Fizycznego i Sportu w Gdańsku. Słuchałem z wielką uwagą Państwa tutaj wypowiedzi i chciałbym zwrócić się do Państwa, Panie Rektorze, Pani Prorektor. Myślę, że systemy kształcenia instruktorów, trenerów są podobne w całej Polsce, jeżeli chodzi o Akademię Wychowania Fizycznego, ale taka refleksja się budzi we mnie. Nasze oczekiwania wobec studentów. Przypuszczam, że również tu we Wrocławiu, czy w Krakowie, w Gdańsku również, studenci są rozliczani ze swoich umiejętności, stricte umiejętności. Przez kilka semestrów uczą się technik, a jeżeli chodzi o metodykę, czyli to, co oni mają poprowadzić, to jest bardzo mało. Jeden semestr czasami. Dobrze.
Chyba, że reszta Państwa mogę to przetłumaczyć.
I teraz chciałem zapytać pana rektora, panią prorektor, czy widzą Państwo za zasadne zmienienie właśnie sposobu postrzegania również nas, akademików, tu nawiązuję do słów pana profesora Reimana, czy nie powinniśmy właśnie zacząć od tych studentów wymagać kompetencji, a nie tylko umiejętności, których ich tak konsekwentnie od lat oczekujemy. Dziękuję.
Czuję się wywołany do odpowiedzi i bardzo dziękuję. Szanowni Państwo, myślę, że dobrym zwyczajem jest dyskusja. Ta dyskusja się rozpoczyna tutaj, ale ta dyskusja się tutaj nie kończy. Chciałbym, aby była kontynuowana w ramach zakładów jednoimiennych poszczególnych uczelni, bo to Państwo najwięcej wiecie, czego potrzeba w zmianach programów. Żebyśmy właśnie wspólnie, wszystkie Akademie Wychowania Fizycznego, wypracowali zmodyfikowany program kształcenia nauczyciela wychowania fizycznego, trenera, instruktora pływania. I tego nie zrobi ani rektor, ani pani prorektor. To Państwo jako fachowcy, przepraszam, że tak wskazuję, jestem przekonany, że pan profesor Reimann się tego podejmie, przepraszam, że to mówię publicznie, i zorganizuje zjazd zakładów jednoimiennych z całej Polski i Państwo, tak jak tutaj, przez 2 dni, włącznie ze spotkaniem na jachcie, ze zwiedzaniem miasta, bo tam wiem, że te dyskusje się też toczyły. Spotkacie się na drugi dzień tutaj i już nie mi, ale nowym władzom przekażecie tak, mamy to, o czym mówiliśmy tutaj we Wrocławiu, zmodyfikowaliśmy program kształcenia o te kompetencje, o których pan profesor mówi. Także bardzo dziękuję, Marku, przepraszam, że jako ustępujący rektor jeszcze ciebie troszkę zmobilizowałem do kolejnego działania, zebrania zakładów jednoimiennych i dyskusji. A jak mnie zaprosicie jako byłego rektora, z chęcią się pojawię.
W odpowiedzi powiem, ma Pan oczywiście rację, bo też tak to postrzegam. Natomiast wydaje mi się, że żeby to było możliwe, to poza dyskusją między fachowcami będzie musiał Wam sprzyjać system, bo jeśli kandydat na studia będzie miał tą umiejętność pływania mniej lub bardziej stylowo, ale jednak będzie czuł się bardzo bezpiecznie w wodzie, to on dość szybko jest w stanie te style pokonać, a wtedy większą wagę można przyjąć i przedłożyć metodyce, dydaktyce, motywacji i kształtowaniu tych umiejętności bardziej bycia nauczycielem, niż tylko i wyłącznie realizować te wytyczne, które dzisiaj obowiązują. Więc w moim przekonaniu jest to absolutnie możliwe i na pewno byłoby konieczne. Natomiast wszyscy musimy postarać się, aby ten model, o którym pan profesor Marek Reimann mówił, w kontekście też programów, które rozpoczynają się w nowej kadencji rządu, o czym też wspominał pan minister Borys, gdzie widzi się światełko w tunelu, aby już w klasach 1-3 wprowadzać nauczyciela wspomagającego umiejętności pływackie dzieci, później młodzieży, to moim zdaniem tak przygotowany kandydat na studia w Akademii Wychowania Fizycznego, obojętnie czy w Gdańsku, w Katowicach, w Warszawie, czy właśnie we Wrocławiu, będzie tym, który będzie mógł podjąć się lepszej metodyki nauczania tych umiejętności pływackich. Moim zdaniem jest to bardzo możliwe. Jest pytanie tylko kiedy. Nie czy, tylko kiedy.
Panie rektorze, pana sugestia jest dla mnie rozkazem. Jak zwykle zresztą. Jak zwykle zresztą. Grzegorzu, ja mam taką uwagę. Przepraszam, że mówię na ty, ale znamy się 25 lat, więc wybaczysz mi. Myślę, że nauczenie kompetencji pływackich studentów naszej uczelni to jest być może za późno, ale z punktu widzenia, który zaprezentowała nam pani prorektor, że jak oni będą przygotowani technicznie, te kompetencje będzie im łatwiej włożyć. Może nie będzie to taki efekt, że zmienimy ich postawy i zachowania trwale, tak jak możemy to zrobić przy okazji dzieci, ale dlaczego warto nie próbować? Oczywiście. Oczywiście. Ważne jest, wydaje mi, ważniejsze jest jednak według mnie to, aby wpajać im nowe idee w metodyce nauczania pływania, aby tutaj postawić akcent nie na za wszelką cenę nauczenie pływania elementarnym grzbietem na odcinku 25 metrów z zamkniętymi oczami i nadanie certyfikatu już pływam. Bo jasne, pływam do momentu, kiedy nie wpadnie mi kropelka do oczu. Potem tonę. To trzeba by napisać w certyfikacie. Owszem, tak, w tym kierunku wydaje mi się powinniśmy pójść, ale bardzo dziękuję za cenny głos, który nas tutaj mocno zmobilizował. Nieprawdaż, panie rektorze?
Zdecydowanie.
Pan profesor Siermontowski.
Szanowni Państwo, nie jestem nauczycielem WF-u, nie mam z tym nic wspólnego. Akademia Marynarki Wojennej, Katedra Technologii Prac Podwodnych Gdynia. No, chciałbym rozszerzyć podpadanie studentów, o którym pani rektor mówiła. Wspaniale byłoby, gdyby na innych uczelniach również wymagano umiejętności pływania przy przyjęciu, gdyż wspaniałym widokiem dla mnie jako medyka sądowego jest widok tonącego, wspaniale zbudowanego młodego człowieka, który na pierwszych zajęciach z WF-u, mając być oficerem morskim, pływać na okrętach i tak dalej, tonie. Jeszcze gorzej wygląda ktoś z kierunku mechatronika i prace podwodne, który ma być nurkiem marynarki i po przepłynięciu 25 metrów wymaga kwalifikowanej pomocy lekarskiej. Także myślę, że myśl pani rektor powinna być znacznie szerzej rozciągnięta również na inne uczelnie, a może nawet na wszystkie. Dziękuję bardzo.
Przepraszam.
Czy jeszcze ktoś z Państwa chciałby się z nami podzielić swoimi refleksjami? W takim razie ogromnie dziękuję panu rektorowi, pani prorektor. I would like to express my real word of thanks, Bob, that you was with us. Professor Stallman is my grandfather. Grandfather and the brother in idea of teaching swimming for safety. Thank you, Bob. Again, you were with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jernej. I'm happy that we meet here again after a couple of years. Dziękuję Państwu bardzo. Zapraszam wszystkich na darmową kawę i ciastka.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ale dziękuję Cię, nie?
Dziękuję. Teraz wielkie moje perspektywy byś mówił. Tego nie mów mi, że było żeby państwa nie żeby nie było.
Take care. Have a good time here. Bye. Bye. Dziękuję Panie Radzie. O, dziękuję.
I guess I'm from the okay, I can. Okay, but I can talk. No, it's okay.
Ja mogę sobie tu podpiąć prezentację? O, nie ma drugiego wejścia, czy jest? No to stąd można zapisać, prawda?
She was yesterday, administration, like lots of her, and based that on the here, yesterday on the lots of her, no, no, from IT was photographer, and Anna was your diploma was finally diploma also for your
with the mask and without mask.
my diploma.
Panie Adamie, proszę spoczywakować jednego i jedną bardzo na końcu. Welcome back. Let's begin the last session of our symposium. Let me welcome Professor Jernej Kapus, representing University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. Jernej is a high-level expert in swimming education, 20 years of experiences, academical experiences and teaching experiences. So I'm sure that his presentation make us much more involved in the story named Science in Swimming. Jernej, floor is yours.
So, dear colleagues, thank you for word, Professor Raymond. Thank you for this introduction, and thank you very much for invitation me to provide you today's lecture. I have admit that I have great days here, and I'm looking forward to next meeting, the next Congress, similar Congress here in Wrocław, Poland. So I also congratulate the organizer to establish the session considering swimming didactics, because this is topic that is well known, however, very I guess we have all taught swimming yet, but our teaching is based on our experience only, because there's very low scientific background on this field. Therefore, I'm very happy that I could share you some new data from our recent research. So, mask, goggles, snorkel. Should we use it or not during learn to swim intervention at young non-swimmers? This is one of the most discussed issue on this field. And as I said, you have been teacher, you have taught swimming yet. Therefore, I believe that you have already answered to this question, that you have an opinion about this issue. And these opinions may lie from very positive towards negative, but they are based only on your experience. Up to now, there was no scientific background about which could answer to this question. Therefore, I'm very happy that I could provide you today some very recent results. On this way, at this point, I also like to introduce you Dr. Fatmir Misimi. Fatmir is my friend. In fact, Fatmir was my PhD student, and I was supervisor of his PhD dissertation. And the most results that I'm going to present today is from his dissertation. He's coming from Kosovo, which turned out at the end, it is important fact for results we obtained. So the aim of our study was simple: to examine the effect of using goggles and snorkel during learn to swim program on aquatic skills of young non-swimmers. According to this aim, we gathered 20 non-swimmers. They were pupils from primary school in Kosovska Mitrovica. They were non-swimmers without any experience with previous learn to swim programs. We tested their aquatic skills with 11 tests, from ability to water entry up to ability to prone swimming and back swimming. I have to emphasize that they did not use goggles and snorkel at testing procedure, at initial testing as well as not at final testing. So after initial testing, we divided them in two groups: experimental group, who use goggles and snorkel in further learn to swim intervention, and the control group who did not use these two swim aids. Both groups performed similar learn to swim intervention, which lasted 4 weeks, 5 times per week, and each learning session lasted 45 minutes. I have to emphasize that the same teacher taught both groups. And here are the results. All participants, regardless of fact if they use or not use goggles snorkel, improved their aquatic skills. And there were no significant differences in this improvement between experimental and control group at almost all aquatic skills, except one. The improvement in blowing bubble skill was greater in the control group than in an experimental group. So we tested this skill by a simple task where participants had to take a breath, submerge the face, and make the bubbles. And participants in the control group, so participants who did not use goggles and snorkel, were able to do this task 6 or more times at the end of intervention. But this was not the case of experimental group. They were able to do this only 3 or 4 times. So according to these results, we concluded that goggles or snorkel are not needed tools, are not needed aims for young non-swimmers. Even more, they produce some negative effect on acquiring blowing bubble skill. And that's it. Do you agree with this conclusion? Is this in a line of your expectation of considering this lecture? Is this in line of your experiences? Yes or no? Professor Villas-Wallace, yes. Maybe we have another opinion. I will show you. Because I have to admit that we were not satisfied with these conclusions. Why? If we look, answer to your question, to these swim aids more in detail, we will realize that yes, goggles enable unstructured vision, and snorkel enables free breathing. Both together enables easier face immersion, which could be important fact for non-swimmer, especially if we have a look on these 2 films. They are recorded at the same time with the same young non-swimmer. At the film above, you could see that the girl, when she doesn't have a goggles and snorkel, she is swimming with head up in almost vertical position. She is swimming with rapid strokes, and her ability to swim is quite short. On the other hand, the film below, when she wears goggles and breathes through the snorkel, she is swimming in proper horizontal position with, we could say, easy stroking and kind of bicycle kicking. And her ability to swim is much, much longer. So, according to this observation, we decided to continue our investigation on this field of the effects of using goggles and snorkel at young non-swimmers with one pilot study. In this study, we gathered 13 very young non-swimmers. They were non-swimmers according to Slovenian standards. So they were not able to swim 50 meters, but they were able to swim shorter distance. And they were asked to swim breaststroke 3 times. Once with submerged face, so by using goggles and snorkel. Another trial was with head up, so with kind of frog swimming. And the third trial was breaststroke with normal breathing, so this means breathing coordinated with stroking. They were asked to swim as long as possible in each condition. And we converted their swim time or distance into the swimming scores from 1 to 10. When 1 meant very low swimming ability, so they were able to swim no more than 6 seconds, and 10 meant the highest swimming ability. They were able to swim 25 meters or longer. And according to this picture, we can realize that her abilities to swim was the greater in the condition when they swam with submerged head, so by using goggles and snorkel. They swam in in these conditions significantly longer in comparison to breaststroke with head above or breaststroke with normal breathing. Also, stroke rate tended to be lower in the condition of swimming with submerged head in comparison to frog swimming, so with breaststroke with head up. According to these results, we concluded, yes, goggles and snorkel enable unstructured vision, free breathing, easier face immersion, and helps non-swimmers to place themselves in the correct horizontal body position. And this assists their buoyancy, increase their buoyancy because of that, and increase their confidence to break the physical contact from the bottom, so to lift the feet on the surface. And this can give them additional motivation push to try more challenging learning exercises. So, according to these conclusions, we realize that by using goggles and snorkels, we may enter to the vicious circle on anxious non-swimmer. This is very known theory proposed first by Professor Stallman, who I hope he's still with us. And I utilize this moment to send him best regards. And this circle, it describes the swimming of swimmers who has fear, who is anxious against water. So he usually swims with head up. This reduces his buoyancy. He swims in a way to stay on surface only with poor forward motion. He swims with rapid stroke. His breathing is incompleted, so he breathes with higher breathing frequency and lower tidal volumes. He becomes fatigued quite soon. This increases his anxious, and therefore he lifts head even more. So, by using goggles and snorkel, we may enter to the circle of swimming, anxious circle of swimming of non-swimmer with fear of water. Therefore, this was an assumption. Therefore, next step was quite logical. We repeated the study 1, however, now with the participants with fear of water. According to this aim, we one more time gathered 20 non-swimmers with fear of water to distinguish them from those who had just a little fear or just hesitation towards water. We used fear of water assessment questionnaire. There are 20 statements in this questionnaire, and participants were asked to mark each statement with scores from 1 to 5, where 1 means that I disagree with particular statement, and 5 meant that they completely agree with it. In this way, we tested more than 1,500 pupils from primary school in Kosovska Mitrovica. And from this large group of non-swimmers, we selected only those who mark the questionnaire with scores 1 and 5. This means that we selected the participants with extreme fear of water. After this selection, we repeated similar study design as we use it at study 1. So we assessed their aquatic skills with 11 tests, from ability to water entry up to ability to prone and back swimming. After this testing, we divided them into groups: experimental, who did use goggles and snorkel, and control group, who did not use goggles and snorkel. Both groups performed similar learn-to-swim intervention. And one more time, I should emphasize that yes, Both groups were taught by the same teacher. And here are the results. So all participants, one more time, all participants improve their aquatic skills regardless of fact if they use or not use goggles and snorkel. And there were no significant differences in this improvement between experimental and control group in the majority of aquatic skills, except three. In free skills, such as water entry skill, back gliding skill, prone swimming skill, the improvement were greater in the experimental group in comparison to the improvement of the control group. So water entry skill, the participants in the experimental group were able to jump into the water feet first at the end of learn to swim intervention. On the other hand, the participants in the control group were able to enter to the water without hesitation. However, they needed stairs. At backgliding skill, the participants in the experimental group were able to glide in the supine position and proper horizontal position less than 4 seconds at the end of learn to swim intervention. On the other hand, the participants in the control group were able to glide, however, they were in inclined position. So with a leg low and head high on the surface. And the last skill, prone swimming skill, the participants in the experimental group were able to swim 10 meters or longer at the end of learning intervention, which was not the case for the control group. They were able to swim from 15 to 21 seconds, but at least maximum 10 meters. However, one more time, we showed some negative effect about using goggles and snorkel. One more time, the improvement in blowing the bubbles skill was greater in the control group in comparison to the experimental group. Similar as in study 1, the participants in the control group were able to do this simple task of blowing bubbles 6 or more times after the intervention, which was not the case for the participants in the experimental group. They were able to do this only 3 or 4 times. Even more, we also obtained insignificant differences in breathing during prone swimming skill. So improvement in this skill tended to be higher in the control group, where participants, most of them were able to swim in prone position with breathing coordinated with stroking, which was not the case for the experimental group. Most of participants in this group were able to swim in the prone position, however, with head high above the surface or submerged head without significant exhalation into the water. According to these results, we concluded that yes, the use goggles and snorkel help participants with fear of water to reduce their hesitation about entering the water. Moreover, engage more comfortably in facial immersion and assume a horizontal position for back gliding. On the other hand, it also produces one negative effect in acquiring blowing bubble skill. The third conclusion was also then when we, as a teacher, have opportunity to use different swimming aids, such as goggles, mask, snorkel, or fins, or pool buoys, or kicking boards, we should think how we could implement them into the swimming program to take the best from it. So in the case of control group, we use usual learn to swim program with water adaptation phase and then with teaching non-swimmers swimming technique. So we started with drills of water entry, putting the head under the water. Then we continued with drills of open eyes under the water, drills of breath control, drills of accepting the buoyancy, drills of gliding, and then when they were to glide, we continued with teaching them swimming technique, first kicking, then stroking in coordination with breathing, and at the end also the whole swimming technique. In the case of experimental group, we moved these two phases, open eyes under the water and bit control, later in the Learn to Swim program. So this means that we started first with drills of adaptation with wearing goggles and breathing through the snorkel on land. Then we continue with drills of water entry, drills of putting the head under the water, drills of buoyancy, drills of gliding, and much sooner we continue it with drills of kicking, arm stroking, open and so on, first with goggles and snorkel, and then when they were able to do these tests without problems, we put these items away and teach them how to open eyes under the water and how to breathe, how to exhalate it into the water. So what is the takeaway message from this presentation? First, think it, goggles or snorkel are not important aid or tools for young non-swimmers. However, they may have positive effect of improving awareness aquatic skill in non-swimmers with fear of water. And the third important thing is they are not suitable or useful for learning to breathe while swimming. And for the end, our major experience, what we learned from this study is dear colleagues, there is no universal method or aim or aid that is suitable for everyone. So thank you very much for your attention. And the topic is now open for discussion. Magda, please. Sorry, Professor Aliano. He announced the question first before the lecture.
Well, to use this kind of device is helping to keep a much more horizontal position in the water. Many of the drills that we use for teaching swimming is much more easier and efficient. They start swimming faster, just putting horizontal in the water. And many new learners, they are, when they have problems to keep swimming, put the water automatically, or it's like a reflex. In this way, they can swim faster and arrive to the wall, for example, for saving. And this kind of also tools will help to do that easier, I think. But for me, the difficulties that we found when we tried to do that many years ago, that I was working in teaching swimming, there is an influence of the model, of the design of the snorkel or the swimming goggles, especially for very young swimmer, maybe 3 years old, 5 years old, because most of the equipment is designing for older people, not for very young. This is only if there is some specific equipment to use with these younger swimmers, or if you control different equipment.
Thank you for your question, Professor Aureliano. Yes, I agree with you. In fact, we use the kit which is adapted for kit. So small goggles and small snorkels for kids swimming. we have also some experience by using mask, because this is important different if we use goggles or if we use mask. Mask provides some occlusion of the nose, and they does not allow us to take a breath through the nose. So this could be important fact. And what I learned the most from this study was really put on the last slide. We also obtained some kids who refused to use this aid at the beginning, and who did not want to use it, and they improved their swimming without these aids. So there is no golden key. So we should adapt our teaching program to the kids. And when we work as a parent, when you teach your kid, you could do it with greater ease. On the other hand, when you are a teacher in some kind of school program, your hands are much more tight. Thank you for your question. And now Magda, please.
My question is also about snorkel. I wonder how safe it to use this snorkel. How safe it is, because you said that the children has been learned how to use it, but if we have small children, and in fact I think they can have a problem with for example, put his head deeper, and then they can brakuje mi zakrztusić. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for a question. During our experience, children, especially which are with fear of water, they still, while using mask and snorkel, they still couldn't move their hand too deep. So in our experience, we do not have this kind of children. They try to go too deep on the water. Sorry?
Swimming with a snorkel, yes, I was a swimmer, but I hated to swim with a snorkel. I usually had trouble, so I like pack water with my nose. So I use a nose. So
No, actually they adapt in the phase, but they have just some, but not at all. Not majority of them.
Yes, as I said, someone refused to use it. After the first try, they refused it. They took away these items and they quit the study, the program. So please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I suppose you took the last slide from the zoo hotel.
Yes, I expect where I'm going to stay here.
Yeah, good. I was, first of all, thank you for remembering me the times where I used to teach swimming. And I remember that one of the last persons I teach to swim was Susanna. And so many years ago. And now I'm returning because I have to teach my grandson to swim. So, yeah. And
so I guess that you are much more involved now.
Yeah. But at least much more serious now. and attentive to research, for sure. My first question is related to the use of the snorkel in the back position. So I was quite surprised that you used that in the snorkel in that position.
I will answer immediately to this question. I did not mention, we did not use, of course, snorkel in the supine position, of course, because water entered to the snorkel.
Yeah, so
no.
Yeah. And what is then the rationale for learning better the back, the supine position with the snorkel?
Obstructed vision. So the splashing, the water on the face didn't bother the participants because of glasses. And therefore he easier put the head on the surface and leave the hips and the legs on in the vertical position. We think that this is the reason. Fatmir, do you agree?
I agree because especially when they lift the hand up, the limbs go down in the water. So it facilitates that children to put their hands on the water. So that's maybe the
But well, that was a curiosity anyway. But my main issue is regarding the full methodological concept and consequences. And when I teach swimming, particularly during Saturday mornings with my wife and lots of kids with the parents in the water, our main concern was always, first of all, making them at ease, pleasant in the water, in the vertical position, sometimes changing position, but easily emerging the face, solving the immersion reflex, and start bubbling in the water without concerns of lying down in the back or in the prone position. So firstly, solves the issues with the face and with breathing. And when those things were solved after playing a lot, everything comes really fast. Everything comes really fast. And when those phases were not properly solved, I had an experience as a coach already of the main team of the club. One morning I was attending the young kids squad, already swimmers, already competitive swimmers, infant swimmers, so 11, 12, 13 years old. And suddenly I noticed something strange, because most of them start using goggles because due to the chlorine in the water and allergies and so on. So I suddenly noticed something strange, and I asked the coach, remove the goggles and put them to swim. And nobody was able to swim without goggles as competitive swimmers. And for me, this is a terrible issue. It's really a terrible issue. Not because they might lose the goggles during the competition and lose the competition because of that, but just because they don't know how to swim, despite they are competitive swimmers. They didn't solve the aquatic competence issue.
I agree with you completely. So, according to this study, we did not emphasize the using goggles. No, this is not necessary aid. However, for some kids who have hesitation towards water, it could be useful. In fact, I learned this experience. My first experience with using goggles snorkel was with my daughter. In fact, the on film was my oldest daughter. She was very afraid of water, and when I put her goggles and snorkel, it is my wow effect. Wow, this something, and this gives her additional push to, okay, now we can continue with swimming. And then she improved all aquatic swimming. It's a much more easier way than without it.
Did
On
you
the
try
other hand, sorry.
alternatively the goggles without the snorkel and the snorkel without the goggles?
No, with both one.
Yeah,
Because
but did you try?
no,
No?
but I was just happy father that finally we moved forward with some this acquisition of swimming. But on the other hand, my son refused these items, and he became a swimmer without it, and now he is 12 years of age, and I guess last summer is the first time when they took the goggles to explore the seaside, the sea bottom, yes, and to try to find some treasures under the water, just for fun, not to use it for swimming learning. So this is depends of the pupil.
Now I'm personally starting using goggles for swimming, you know. I forgot to remove mine and I enter the water with them.
Thank you. First of all, Jernej, please forgive me that I was out during the end of your presentation, but I've got it.
You prepared a question there.
Phone call directly from the ministry. He expressed his words of thanks and wish all the best for the participants. I cannot put this phone call away. So now the question is, there's not Bob Stallman with us, but his spirit is here, I'm sure. Hello, Bob. I'm happy you're here.
I'm here.
You know what the question what I want to ask? Let's try that we understood without the words. What answer I would ask to Jernej? How do you think?
Well, my question would be probably the same as yours. For those who were using goggles, what happens when you take the goggles away?
It's a point. Bob, it was this question.
So Fatmir.
In our what we did with the children, they were able to swim the task we give to them. Somehow in this approximately the same with the previous.
So there was no significant problems when they took the goggles away.
I guess another
understand the question. The professor asked what happened when we took the goggles away from the eyes.
Another way to pose the same question might be, is there a danger of dependency?
They just get a habit using Google's. And when you remove them, were they afraid? Did they feel a fear? No?
We did not realize that they could have any problems.
At least one study has shown that there is a tendency.
Wait a moment, Bob, please. Daria, please say again what you said.
No, I'm just convinced about that, for example, every Monday we have testing with parkour and isolated tasks regarding swimming competencies. And in Poland, it's very common. In fact, I can say all of the children, they go for swimming classes with goggles. And when we ask them for our test to remove goggles, some children were crying. Some of them say, oh, no, I'm not able to enter to the water without goggles, or I can go to the deep water without goggles. So really they were crying, some of them, because they just made that habit. So we are asking here if it was hard to convince children to remove the equipment, and swim freely because we assume that pre and post test the tests were the same for both children. So before without goggles and snorkel, and after without goggles and snorkel. So when they get used to the goggles and snorkel, was it tough for them to
So I guess that your participants get to use this item before your study. So from the family, we use the participants with really huge fear. I mentioned the fact that Fatmir is carried out this study in Kosovo. I'm quite sure that we are not able to do similar thing in Slovenia, because the level of swimming knowledge in Slovenia is much, much higher than in Kosovo. And when I saw these non-swimmers who have really extreme fear of water, who at the beginning refused to enter the water, into shallow water, no, I won't. They didn't have any experience with previous wearing the goggles, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Not really. I guess it could be longer if we use similar conditions because where the kids are already adapted to use the goggles. But now this was the first contact with the goggles at this study also for them.
They had, what if the really like easy conditions of the ice?
They didn't have any experience without. Yeah.
So they practiced the boots on and the snorkel. So it was the only experience they had in the water. And then when you removed it, were they surprised or were they afraid to open eyes?
I guess not really, because this is quite a small amount of hour that they use goggles snorkel. We move away quite soon because we skip, this water rotation phase of opening eyes and breathing, and starts sooner with acquisition of swimming technique. And when they saw that they are able to swim on the surface, if they put the head into water, we easy took away and start simple by basic drills of open eyes and breathing without snorkel. So we just remove this first hesitation to enter the water. This is my main point. I will use this aid just for this, a kid who is very afraid of water. But as you said, I won't remove this item immediately, or it don't even use if it is not necessary.
To protect from addiction from the goggles or snorkel. It's very easy to make the kids addicted of this tool. Okay, now it's clear, because my next question is about the addiction, but now it's clear for me. Bob, do you have to ask the question more or any comments? I'm sure that you are you have
hello everybody.
I have to say that I have a great correspondence with Professor Stallman 1 week ago. So I hope that we will meet here in person. Therefore, we should all turn around and wave to him and say,
hello everybody.
That's
nice to see you. Hello Magda.
So, your voice in the discussion, please.
I think there's another study that might answer the question, but the issue of dependency is important to consider, and just the following thought: if we start without these kinds of equipment, there's no adjustment that has to be made. And then when they're water competent, you come back and say, oh, it's lots of fun to see what's on the bottom. Let's try glasses or goggles. There are two transition phases. If you start with and then go to without, and then back to with goggles, for example. But if you start without, there's only one transition phase. Once they are water competent, to transition to with goggles for somebody who already has proven that they are not dependent in any way. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Bob. JP, I think it would be the best solution, perhaps, to solve the panic. Well, let's try to use to spend more time with kind of a psychological approach and a step-by-step approach to the water, instead of providing them with artificial supplements that might compromise the future evolution. Well, this is my no research at all, so it's just my sensitivity and my experience.
I agree with you. If you have time to do it, yes, of course, especially after those results who clearly showed that there is no magic influence of this kit to use it. So I will refuse to use this for my point of view.
Opening the eyes under the water is, in my opinion, the same skills like other skills in the swimming literacy. If you have the time, you are able to teach it. And kids have the time to learn it. You cannot make comfortable visibility under the water as a constraint. It's a skill, it's just a skill. Yeah. Nothing more than skill.
But I don't know if you work in the program which is time limited for about 20 hours course, as I said, in the primary school, and you got one kid with fear of water and with huge hesitation. Okay, I allow you to have this and to try first with this to reduce this panic, as you said, Professor, and then we will slowly move. But this is not suggestion to use the whole group with it, just for him.
I agree. We were talking about it during roundtable. We are pressed by the programs, by the time, by the parents, and all the parts of the didactic process, because parents expect the effect, swim, not play in the water, not make some task not really related to this propulsion. But for these kids who are not able to be right in this fast progress, this solution is the best, is my opinion. But you have that. Do you know that you have to have another teacher to make this additional exercise with these kids? It's also a problem.
At the end, he or she should be able to swim without it.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing.
It's a simple thing. I have to thank you for this cycle of articles, because it will be a kind of inspiration for me. Me and Bob, we read the articles about, we read the paper about the goggles, but consider it in the context of the breathing control, based on your cycle, which you presented us. Thank you very much.
Thank you too as well.
It's a very, very important papers in swimming education.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Jernai also.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Me? No, Daria is the next. My lecture, my presentation is cancelled because of I had not any opportunity to combine everything what I have. Sorry. I think we have opportunity to do it in the BMS in Brazil. So, Jernai, then you can see that we are involved in the story. We are involved in the story. Okay.
Okay, now. So last year we had the chance to discuss with Anna and Jernai to discuss the impact of the using Google's, but for the swimming stroke. Okay.
So let me officially introduce Daria Rudnik, who is the first author of the presentation that was made in our team. We were talking about the goggles in context of underwater orientation. Daria, please stand up.
Welcome, everyone. Our topic was, does the use of Googles have the same effect on underwater orientation regardless of water clarity? So I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Stallman and Professor Jernai for great introduction, even wider than I was prepared for. So as we already heard, there are still worrying statistics regarding drawing on the world, and mostly it's among people under 30 years. And here males are twice than overall rate of the females. So what is result of the raised exposure to the water and riskier behavior. According water competencies, I'm not going to repeat all the information that were already provided, but one of the important factors in the building water competencies and in the aquatic literacy is visual impartment. So here, as we already discussed, and from my experience in Poland, most of the children use swimming goggles during swimming education. Yet, even when they went for their holidays and went outside of the swimming pools, when they are in the oblique water, they still use goggles, usually as the habitual effect. So So there are pros and cons regarding Learn to Swim program of using Googles. And indeed, they may promote progress, especially when we have fear of water. Yet there's still a problem of the habitual effect from the experience with swimming Googles. So it can affect the swimming skills in a way that could pose a risk of when they are suddenly in the water without Googles, and as we already discussed, the reaction may not be as we expected. So they will just be in trouble, and they can forgotten everything they have learned in the classes. The purpose of our study was to diagnose the level of underwater orientation in different external conditions among Wrocław University of Physical Education and Sport Sciences, which students which were carried out in relation to the level of other selected components of aquatic literacy and as underwater swimming in open water. We tested 141 swimmers from our university. All of them passed final or entering exam for summer camp, so they were able to swim 200 meters without any interruptions with coordinated briefing. They were able to swim at least 5 meters fully submerged, and they were able to jump to the water from the 75 centimeters high. The usage of a Googles was not necessary during the classes, but still all of the students, I can say 100 of them, but most of them prefer to use Googles during the classes and during the test. Yet during the summer camp, they were swimming in the lake, and Googles were not allowed. And as they were already adults, all of them had experience on the open water without Googles. So in fact, we did not measure the fear of the water or of the open water. But as they participated in the classes and they were able to swim, so we just included them in the study group. The procedure included the main test. It was Autor's underwater triangle test. So we positioned 3 boys in the shape of a triangle. They were positioned at 5 meters apart. And the goal of the participant was to pull the rope, which was positioned underwater and tied to the boy. So when we saw the movement of the boy over the water, that we know that the student pull the rope. So it was not able to just touch it with a feet, so the boy would not move. And when the points, when participant only pull one line, then it was 1 point, 2 boys, 2 points, and 3 points, or none of them. So it was a fail, so 0 points. And the requirement was that they had to be fully submerged for the whole of the trial, and they can inhale only once on the beginning. So if they go out of the water, the trial was finished. Not 0 points, but it was finished. So we did the test in the 4 different conditions of the combination of the clear water, opaque water, swimming goggles, and without swimming goggles. So finally, we had 4 repetitions of the test in the change conditions regarding visual feedback. Additionally, we included 1 test regarding swimming competencies, which was which was diving under the water. So the participants were asked to swim as far as possible in the forward direction. Of course, sometimes they turned because they closed the eyes, but we measure only in the forward direction in the straight line. The distance was measured. And the task, of course, stops when they cutted the surface of the water, so they had to be fully submerged. And again, the points were were given. So 5 meters, it was 3 points, 10 meters, 4 points, 15 meters, 5 points, and everything in between, it was the relation to the distance covered. And procedure. So we used a open swimming pool that was 25-meter outdoor with clear water and more or less 22 degrees temperature of the water. And we repeated the test in the lake. So the water was not clear, it was natural lake. And the temperature of the water was more or less 21 degrees. And we tried to keep the same level of the deepness of the water. And all of the tests, they were performed in 1 day. So during summer camp, we have open swimming pool and the lake next to each other, and they were organized in the randomized order. And statistical analysis, we done non-parametric test, the Mann-Whitney-U test, Wilcoxon and Friedman's test, and for correlation, we use Spearman correlation. And regarding results, of course, we divided results between sexes. And as is no surprise, in the clear water in the swimming pool, they reached the best points as they had goggles and water was clear. So they had great vision. And for males, almost all of the males reached 3 points, what was like the perfect solution, because we knew they were able to perform the task on the maximum points. So that was the starting point. And the same for females, clear water guaranteed the best results. And differences between sexes. So we saw differences in the performance obtained in the test depending on the different conditions. In all conditions, so not only in the, here we focus only on the test. So in the clear water, with goggles, without goggles, in the oblique water, with goggles and without goggles, in all cases, male perform better. And now comparisons between trials. So comparing clear water and Google usage, so a perfect solution, and clear water but without goggles, we found differences only in the female group, and we in the lake with goggles and without goggles, we did not any differences in between those two trials, even not in the females, not in the male group, but of course combinations of those parameters, like using goggles on the clarity of the water, resulted in the significant differences in the performance obtained. Correlation analysis. So regarding females, females that reach better results in the clear water also reach more points in the trials without goggles in the clear water. And similarly, but with the lower level of correlation in the lake, women's and males and females reach more points in the without goggles if they reach a better result in the test with goggles in the lake. So as we can see, the clarity of the water in general have a more impact than the usage of a goggles in the different conditions. And here comparing the sets of our trials, we've selected underwater swimming for distance. And here we found correlation only in the male group. So swimmers that had better results in the lake tests with or without goggles also swam farther under the water in the lake. we did not found a significant correlation in the female group in this test. So again, it can result on the higher bravery or experience, which was noted on the beginning in the male group. Additionally, regarding the reliance on the vision, here again, results show that there are some differences in between females and males regarding vision, yet those tests did not were made according to swimming, but on the walking or the reaction on the signal. So this was not the repetitive movement, like for example swimming, or here the change conditions. And conclusions, considering females, the lack of swimming Google significantly limits orientation underwater while performing the triangle test in the swimming pool. Constraints in underwater orientation brought by the opaque water have been exposed for both sexes. In males, limitations due to opaque water were related to the level of selected components of aquatic competence and underwater and distance swimming. Thank you very much.
For a nice and very clear presentation. I think I will ask the Bob for a first comment. Are you Bob with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. And I do have a question.
So,
but before I ask that question of Daria, I want to thank her, and I want also to thank Janne, both of you with excellent experimental studies. Thank you so much. Then a technical comment for Daria. You referred to clear water and opaque water, and I think perhaps the difference is not that the water in the lake is opaque, but that the bottom is dark. Therefore, you don't have the same vision underwater with less light. In the pool, you have light reflected from the bottom of the pool. Okay, the question then very quickly, Daria, were there any concerns about hyperventilation? And shouldn't we be extremely careful? I'd like to refer to the article of John Byrne from Australia in one of the recent International Journal of Aquatic Research and Education issues. He discussed the mechanics of hyperventilation, the mechanics of underwater blackout, and of course, if somebody blacks out underwater without assistance, it's virtually 100% fatal. So hyperventilation is a concern.
Okay.
Did you
answer?
have any experience with that, Daria?
We did not have this experience during our summer camps. I don't believe ever. No, but just for safety reasons, all of our students during summer camp, each of them, they have a buoy attached to them. So when they were swimming under the water, the buoy was following on the surface. So we know that they are moving, or in case they just had a blackout or something, so we can by the rope go down to the person that was performing the task. I didn't mention that, but during all our classes, if it's swimming or diving underwater, each student have attached buoy, so we can easily find this person under the water. And I believe this is very common for everyone that is swimming in the open water, and when the water is not clear enough to find a person, because in the swimming pool it's easy, we can just see it, but in the open water, when the water is not clear, just for the safety reasons, this is very common.
Thank you.
Any more question?
Daria, thank you very much for the work you presented. Did you control for the usual use of goggles or not?
As I told you already, we did not ask them if they feel any fear when they remove the goggles, but during the classes, all of them, they were using goggles, and during the summer camp, goggles were not allowed. So we know they are able to dive because they have also other sports like surfing, and they are following to the water and stuff like that. But we did not measure the level of fear if it was runny, and we didn't ask them exactly if they feel confident without goggles. So, but we know they have experience with goggles and without, but we did not measure this parameter.
That's
yeah,
good.
for a
At
future,
least
it will be important. Yeah.
that's good. At least that I'm just wondering that. Well, as a non-Google user, normally, I think that I could match the lake conditions easier than my counterparts that used to use the pool with goggles.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why I ask if you control the regular use of goggles, but most of them use the goggles in the pool and don't use the goggles in
the lake.
It would be nice to compare the relatively negative results on the lake with people that do not use goggles at all in the pool or in the lake.
Yeah, and do intergroup
They
analysis.
should be more competent solving the test in the lake. I hope.
Yeah. We will think about this in the future. Thank you for your comment.
But I can say that this test was made in I think 8 days of the camp, and the students had the opportunity to try their opportunity to swim underwater before the test. That they will be a little bit engaged in the story. It was not quite new challenge for them. Ernie?
So, Daria, thank you for your presentation. Congratulations for your work that you done. I guess you have some problems because I noticed that the water temperature was quite low and the scored water for me. But my question is, did you randomize the trial? Because I guess there was also some learning effect in this.
Same test times, then first in water and then in the water, so you can learn the movement or just recognize or just recognize how far you have to swim to touch a rope or in which direction. So the trial was randomized.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess at the last try they already known where is the direction of this.
More or less, but some trials have to be the last, and we were lucky because we had swimming pool next to the lake, so we can organize everything in the right domains order.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you for the presentation, Daria. And I'm just wondering, kind of like psychological effect, not like necessarily fear to the water, but I can imagine some students might feel like, oh, this water is so dirty. I don't want to put my, head and the face, long time in the water. What kind of, did you realize, some voice of students saying such kind of things, or?
Of course, in the beginning, they were complaining like, oh, I don't want to dive, I don't want to swim. Do I really have to enter to the water? And I'm afraid, are there any fishes? Are there any fishes and stuff like that? But as I told you, it was summer camp, so it was like 10 days, and they already had experience in the water. So, okay, on the beginning, maybe it was tough for them, but when they went kayaking, they still have to enter to the water. When they go for surfing, for windsurfing, or sailing or other stuff. So they had some experience, or they were playing in the water. So they had time to get acquainted with environment. Of course, probably not all of them on the end felt confident, but they had experience, and we know that they are able to, even if they are not happy about this.
So I appreciate you don't have any data about, like, let's say psychological effect, but in your opinion, or like, intuitively, how do you think about the effect of the vision? So, the water might be a little bit dirtier in the lake, and how did it like actually affect the result? I mean, in your opinion. So the balance between those kind of like psychological effect and also physical effect of vision, how do you think is the balance between these two?
In fact, it's hard to say. We are not even sure if they opened their eyes or if they were like searching just by hands. They say yes, they were searching, and we did not measure the level of the unclarity of the how much light is passing through the lake, but we just try to keep the same conditions. I think it was more the visual effect than the physiological effect to the change conditions, as we keep we not keep, but the temperature of the water was more or less the same. The deep of the level of the water was the same, so the conditions more or less were the same. Just the visual conditions changed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask a methodological question. Did you see every participant during the trial? I mean, in the lake conditions, not in the swimming pool, because it's obvious.
If I was able to see the body of the participant under the water.
Yes.
No, as I told you, we had they were connected by the rope to the buoy, so we just saw the buoy moving. The water was not clear enough to see the body.
I would like to explain my question, because is it possible, in your opinion, that sometimes the student thought the rope by accident with his feet, for example, or with his or her elbow, not with intention of putting it?
No. It was explained very clearly. They have to pull it like very, very tough. So we have to see movement that the boy is going deeper for a second and then going back. So with the feet, they had to like really tight it very tightly on the feet to pull it that much.
Okay.
So I believe it would be easy to recognize if it was just by the accident.
So it couldn't have been done by accident, only with
No, I
purpose.
believe no, because the
I
movement,
see.
you can see you need strength to pull it under the water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Admir?
Thank you for your presentation. I like your presentation. I would like to ask, did you consider everyday goggles, which do they use participants' goggles during the day, not in the water? I mean, if they have...
If the vision was limited due to the impartment of the vision.
Yes.
No, but you can have, indeed, you can have goggles that are correcting your vision. And then when you remove it, you are not able to see. But I don't believe any of the students make a comment that they are not able to see without goggles, because this way, of course, it would have impact. So if there was a person that needed goggles just for vision, and without it would be not able to recognize where is the rope, so we would know about this. So we did not have this case in our study. Thank you.
Bob, have you another questions or comments?
Oh, I do indeed. Thank you very much. I would like to, before this question, to suggest that in the course of, I was unable to join you yesterday, but in the course of today's activities, many potential hypotheses have unsurfaced, which require attention. So I hope some of you are taking notes and are having thoughts about future research, because as one of you said, there is shamefully little data on some of the things that we are most interested in. Okay, here's the question. Fear is sometimes, or clinically, fear at some point in time becomes a psychosis. And my question, I guess, is when we examine children or youth who are somehow skeptical about the water, can we be too quick to identify that as fear? I would say this in my experience, which now is roughly 65 years, and I don't know how many thousand learners. I can count on my fingers and toes all of the cases I've seen that I would call fear of the water. So I don't know where you get the subjects, Yana. Some thoughts about fear, please.
Thank you for the question, Professor Starman. So if I understand your question correctly, you ask where we get the participants with fear of water.
Yes, and perhaps how did you define it, or did you have criteria to select those people?
Oh, yeah. The first step of our project was to establish a fear of water assessment questionnaire. And by using this questionnaire, we validated this tool and before, and then we use it, and there are 20 statements which and we try to find there's opinion to this question. They should mark question. They agree with it or not. And we really said, okay, we will take the extreme fear of water. So those who have very, very afraid, who mark a particular statement or they completely agree with it or disagree with it. So I am close to you. I agree with you that yes, this is fear, could just hesitation towards water, or could be even higher. So for this particular study, we selected only those with really huge fear. And as I said, and also Fatmir could confirm this, these kids don't even enter to the shallow water by stairs. They refuse at the beginning of this, our project, refuse to enter it.
Thank you. A last thought. There may be a tendency to exaggerate the use of the word fear. So it's a very fine line between suspicion and fear. And it's complex.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you, but I don't know. In Slovenia, we have just one word, which names strach. So we don't know different levels of fear. So therefore, we decided to take just participants with really extreme fear.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that I met so feared participants. I had never met so strange fear before.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a complex issue.
Thank you for your question.
more questions? So if it's not, okay.
I was simply thinking about implements we might consider to use to help adaptations to kids into the water. So snorkels, goggles, ear protectors, nose clips, and some other things, perhaps to close other things. Shouldn't we favor the natural relationship between the kids and the water as a starting point, as a paradigm, for instance? So let's be as natural as possible in the water, and experience the water as deeply as possible, like inclusively. The difficulty with light and water, the difficulty with water refraction and the water, all those things. Why should we mimic or help the boys and girls to mimic underwater the quality of view they have over water? Because indeed underwater is different, and
Thank you. I agree with you completely. Yes, they should experience different conditions. Yes, this is nice thing. And as we said, if you have time, you can do it step by step. You know, with your grandson, I believe that you will take the time to do it. But in the form of regular swimming program practice, which is limited with some amount of hours, maybe this could help you.
But
I should emphasize that I am not fan of goggles and snorkels.
No. I was just because for instance, alternating strategies during teaching the teaching process, like conducting very gently the kid to a given conquest in the water. So quite gently go to the horizontal position and remove the sustaining of the back with the hands slowly, and show them that we are not touching, and our hands are out of the water. But this combined with, for instance, when they get a given level of proficiency and well-being in the water, to just throw them into the water. So they will be surprised by that, and they should react, and they are able to react, and we are attentive to the reaction. So this kind of playing with alternative situations that might ring the bell inside their heads for new challenges and new experiences in the water. I think it's well, I'm just remembering my experience many years ago, and I think that it works.
Yes, it is individual dependent, I guess. But when we talk about I don't know, some scientific background, and when we try to compose some research, we should standardize something in this.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much.
If there's time, Marek, I have another thought, a quick one, just a few seconds. The word time has been used, And the implication is that sometimes we don't have enough time, or that we have to reach a certain goal in a given number of hours. But of course, everybody would agree that the children are different, learners are different, and the amount of time necessary is different for each. But my slightly philosophical conclusion is we must never talk about time. You take the time you need. You take the time that each learner needs, irrespective about what the government expects as your final result. And I think as a group, we need to resist community pressure to reach a certain goal in a given amount of time. We don't say that about reading. We don't say that about writing. We accept those differences and we try to find solutions. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I was just thinking about a man of letters, a philosopher in Portugal that many years ago, after a speech directed to His Majesty the Queen, the King, he just finished the speech saying, "I'm so sorry, His Majesty, but I didn't got time to be briefer." So
I love it.
sometimes it might happen.
I think that's me. I didn't have time to be briefer. I love it.
For the closing ceremony, I have one thought. Irnei, probably you remember that I was recognized in the swimming society as a monofin guy. You remember this time? No.
Yes.
You remember? You are
Yes.
a little bit older than Irnei.
Thank you.
I was very much involved in the monofin swimming research, and Professor João Paulo, Professor Robert, and another members of the society called me monofin guy. And I think that you became the goggle guy in the society of the didactics of swimming. The same Fatmir. You are building your scientific position now. Congratulate you.
Much by goggles. Yeah.
So all the presentation have been presented. We should have some conclusion. It's very easy for me. I start to say to you that I'm happy. If I understood happiness as a little moment in my life, not a permanent state, I'm happy since 2 days. Incredible. The reason of my happiness are the following. First, I have the opportunity to gather together in one place, in one time, the team of the best scientists in these areas. For the students, please, professors, invited speakers, forgive me the comparison. But dear students, here at this room, you can hear, you can discuss with Cristiano Ronaldo, with Leo Messi, but also in the youngest generation with who? Please help me. I'm not youngest young Professor Villas-Boas is from Portugal. That is understandable that he knows that French team. Mbappé, French team, Mbappé, yeah. The scientific level of the invited speakers is comparable with the level of the soccer players which I listening to. So, dear invited speakers, thank you so much. I cannot find the word because my English probably is too poor to explain my words of thanks. Thank you very much, Professor João Paulo Villas-Boas. Professor Raúl Arellano, Colomina. Professor Yerney Kapus. And Professor Tomohiro Gonjo. Oh, Bob.
Thank you all.
I'm so sorry, Bob.
No problem.
No problem, but you know, I trust my senses. I couldn't see you. I forget to. Oh, then I'm in the proper position. Thank you very much, Bob. Bob, who is a father, Professor Bob Stallman. I'm so sorry you are not in the private society. Professor Bob Stallman, there is a father of new view for swimming education. There are my students on the Odeon. Professor Stallman is a founder of idea of swimming competences. That Bob?
I'm here.
And I'm here, but I cannot see you, and I feel strange a little.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The continuation of the reason of my happiness. I was afraid a little that we will have not all of the participants. Maybe this is happened, but you remember that we spent here 8 hours yesterday without any hurry, without any time limits. The discussion was so high level. I was learning here. And then another point to say thank you for you. Today's meeting with the ministry, with the rector of our academy, and another very Yerney as an expert, probably open the door to try to start to build the water competencies path in education system in Poland. I was not expecting this ever. So when I can say we all do the marvelous job and hope that we will have opportunity to take all the bonus from this job. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much. You will be there. I cannot promise you that we will organize the next symposium, but I'm sure that we will meet somewhere in the world because we are the one swimming family, and I'm proud I belong. Thank you very much. After official ceremony, I have to express my word of thanks for Ania Kwaśna, Daria Rudnik, Magda Chrobot, Stefan Szczepan, Wojtek Bigiel, Marcin Jaszczak, Piotr Piwowarczyk, Andrzej Klarowicz, Michał, Pani Danusiu, Miss Danusia Pisula, Iza. Pani Izo, jest Pani z nami wirtualnie? Dzisiaj nie. Pani Iza Łubowska, Pan Adam Stępień, Pan Dominik Wójcik. Panie Dominiku, Pan jest, proszę się pokazać.
Tak, jestem.
Proszę się pokazać. Proszę, proszę. There was a list of the people who make this story. Nobody will happen with them. I'm only on the top of the iceberg. Yeah, iceberg. Thank you very much. Thank you very much from my heart.
Thank you, Marek.
Oh. I can see nothing, you know. My brother, my father, my grandfather. So, symposium is closed. Okay. Lunch is same place.
Hello? Marek, congratulations. It went so well. Good job. Can you hear me? Yes, I hear you well. Yes, it went very well. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. Well, you did a good job. And what you need to do tomorrow is rest. I won't bother you until you've had a